Hello dear students, welcome to the lecture 15 of Responsive Web Design with ASP.NET 5 and MVC Pattern and Bootstrap 5. So today we are going to start working on Bootstrap and what is Bootstrap and how can we utilize Bootstrap to make our web project responsive. Okay, so let's start with learning about what is Bootstrap, and we will also do examples and see. So we will start with getting started of Bootstrap, but before doing that I will start with cloning our latest project as usual. Then we will work on that. Okay, so this will be lecture 15. Also, hopefully in this lecture I will demonstrate how to program a custom authentication, a login system. Okay, so let's start with introduction. By the way, we will see the latest version of Bootstrap, which is version 5.01. Okay.
Introduction. Get started with Bootstrap, the world's most popular framework for building responsive, mobile-first sites, with JS Deliver and a template starter page. On this page, Quick Start.
Sorry about that, no need to read there.
Quick Start. Looking to quickly add Bootstrap to your project? Use JS Deliver, a free open-source CDN. Using a package manager or need to download the source files.
Okay, we have seen how to use Bootstrap in our application with using CDN, and if CDN fails, then we can use our localhost. I will quickly show that again. So let me close all controllers and files. Okay, it is still loading. Okay, let's give it some time. So there is a CSS copy paste the style sheet link into your head. By the way, I am assuming that you have some knowledge of HTML, CSS and such previously, just the basic knowledge. Also, you already seen what is HTML, CSS and other things in our previous lectures. And so there is also jQuery, I think, or Bootstrap JavaScript. Let's see that. So this is the JavaScript plugin that is necessary for Bootstrap, I believe. Let's see that. Yeah. And okay, there are some two separate CDNs, and there is the CSS file. Okay, our project is still, okay, it is loaded. Let's rename our project and start working. Lecture 15, and let's also rename our solution as lecture 15. Okay, so where do we load JavaScript and CSS files globally? We load them in our View Start file. So our View Start file will be loaded before every page is getting loaded. And you see we had already added some Bootstrap and some JavaScript files. So we will change it with the latest version here. Let's see, we have jQuery, we have Ajax unobtrusive, we have used this to convert everything into Ajax supporting HTML. We have jQuery validate. These are all CDN links, and we have Bootstrap here, which has a CDN link, and if it fails, we have our Bootstrap. So let's replace this with the latest version Bootstrap from here. Okay, let's copy it and let's see link ref rel. Okay, so the href will be this, and let's also replace our local version. To replace our local version, I will just save this into my project, which is here, lecture 15, and it is inside www.root css bootstrap min. Okay, and I will replace this href with this. Then there is integrity. Let's also copy that. I don't know if that does matter. And then there's cross origin enemies. Okay, now we have bootstrap 5. And we have, this is the beginning part of we've start. This is a message that we keep. Then we also need to put our JavaScript. You see, many of our components require the use of JavaScript to function. Specifically, they require our own JavaScript plugins and Popper. So what is Popper, if you wonder? Popper is a tooltip and popover positioning engine. Okay, we can check it out on code sandbox.io. Overflow prevention, you see, it's pretty cool. Flipping, you see, it is flipping. It is very cool. Okay, it is not necessary to check. So there are two separate codes. Let's also add them to our project like this. I think I will add them above the CSS, but let's see the order. Okay, it says that before all other style sheets, and so this should be added at the end of your pages right before closing body tag. If you want to add them to the end, by the way, since this is special character, you see it is getting like that, and I have to change it like this, so it will be loaded properly. Okay, actually, I don't know if we need this add character here. This is interesting. So when we remove add, what happens? Yeah, it is not working. Okay, so we need double add or single add would work. This is the, okay, so this is a razor page, therefore I have to add double add like this. Okay. Yeah. And we have our other scripts, jQuery min. Okay. So we have added our script. By the way, this script should be called right before the body tag, but if we call them here, I don't think so it would make a lot of difference. Although, let's see, we can have a custom section to load this inside body but end of the body tag. How can we do that? Let's add a lecture 15 to see. Okay, lecture 15, and let's see. Okay, inject JS file end of body tag every page. Yeah. There is Viv start, but are there any Viv end or something like that? I think we can work. I think this would work. So let's test it. Let's continue with our thing. So there is also bundle. Every bootstrap JavaScript plan independence with one of two bundles, both bundles. Okay. You can also use bundle if you want to do only single request, but either way it would work. And there are also some components. So you see these components are requiring JavaScript to work. Drop downs, models, navbar, and such. And there is a starter template. Okay. So we were going to code our lecture 15. Let's add lecture 15 view. Okay. Let's name it as lecture 15 index. Yeah. Something like this. And let's add our controller as lecture 15. Okay. Lecture 15 controller. And let's change our root to lecture 15 like this, and it will return the custom name, which is lecture 15 index with. Okay, this should work. So okay, and so what is the starter template? Be sure to have your pages set up with latest design and development standards. That means using HTML5 doc type, including viewport meta tag for proper responsive behaviors. So let's start with copy and pasting this simply like this. We have doc type HTML and we have HTML language. These are the proper meta tagging or similar. And there is head, you see like this. Okay, for this head, we can use view start. Okay, so and there is body tag. Okay, okay, let's add MVC template. Oh, we need to use template to have our master page, if you remember that. So how we were doing our templates, it was in previous lecture, so let's remember it. Template, okay. Okay. Actually, let's call it a layout, not a template. MVC Core layout. Yeah. So what we need is we need to have a layout to properly load our responsive design in every page. Okay, so it is ASP.NET layout. There are common layouts, shared directives, and everything. Okay, so our layout will be like this. It will be valid in every page, header, left navigation, content, footer. The layout is totally up to you. And we put layout inside shaded with layout CSHTML. Let's go to our shaded folder and let's add our layout view. By the way, you should follow the naming convention. Okay, I will name it as layout CS HTML. This will be by default looked for. Okay, let's read it.
The layout defines a top-level template for views in the app. Apps don't require a layout. Apps can define more than one layout, with different views specifying different layouts. The following code shows the layout file for a template created project with a controller and views.
Okay, so there is a layout like this. Okay, so in this layout you see it is following the convention of the bootstrap, like here. So we will change this into our bootstrap layout. Let's copy and paste it like this. Okay, and you see in the bootstrap it is already included like this. So I will remove it from our view start. Okay, let's remove it since we will be using our layout. Okay, I have removed it. And then there is title. So for the title, we can use view data title. Like here, this is a more proper way. If title does not exist, I think it won't show anything. So this is the application name we append to the end of the page title. So these will come from our view data. And with this way, we can load any title to our page. And then there is H1, and let's see. You see there is environment include development. So this is the development links, and this is the non-development links. Okay, CSS is included here. And then there is the bundle of CDN is included here. And if we want, we can separate it like this, but I think I won't separate. So let's remove it. I will use bundle. You see, this will come before the body tag, but to be able to have that, I need to add this render body just before this script, like here. And yeah, I will remove this because this will be, you see, everything inside body will be rendered here. And what others? Okay, so there is also render section scripts. If we want to include some scripts section, we can edit here, and it is required false, as you can see. So I will append the scripts here. If we ever have scripts section, we have seen sections, if you remember. And you see there are jQuery and other things. So I can also add this jQuery and other things to the end of the page, but I don't think it's necessary. I will load them just before the page is loaded here. Okay, and okay, I can delete this. I mean, I will delete the. Also, there are partial name cookie set partial. This is a partial view. We don't have that. There is footer and container body content. So it is here. Okay. Let's delete this. And inside index 15, I will just set the view data from controller, like here. So here view data, and I will set the title equal to index page of lecture 15. So this will be the default page title of this index page, or let's say welcome to our MVC course. This will be the index page title, and the lecture 15 will be appended to the end of our title according to our title that comes from layout. And let's run the application. Also, let's start taking our notes. How to set up a layout page to have common template for all pages. How to set up a layout page to properly load CSS and JavaScript files in header and just before body. Closing. How to set up Bootstrap templates in an MVC application. Okay. So our application started, and this is the beginning of View Start. Our page is currently empty. And let's see the page source. Okay, so currently our layout is obviously not included in our HTML, index HTML. To be able to have that, I think I need to implement layout equal to, or how was it? Let me check. Okay, like this. I will specify the layout inside my View Start like this. So it will be by default the layout of every page. Okay, by default, every layout must call render body. Wherever the call render body is placed, the context of the wheel will be rendered. Okay, you see, I can see my lecture 15 title right now, and when I check the page source, I can see head here, and our CSS is here, and our JavaScript. Okay, this is my JavaScript injected from Kaspersky. And we have our, let's check the links, whether they are working or not. Okay, it is working. And jQuery mean working. Unobtrusive working. Validate working. Okay, you see we have two unobtrusive. So we need to remove one of them. Okay, why do we have 2, 3, 2, 6, and 3 to 11? So I will remove this. And what else we have? We have our Bootstrap. Yeah, it is also working. Okay, everything is working. We can continue to our tutorial properly. Now I just need to modify layout and my page as I want. Okay, so let's close the other tabs. Okay, one moment. Where did this come? Okay. So for next steps, visit the layout docs and our official examples. Let's see. So this is the grid system, and this is really important to have responsive. But just before, let's continue with introduction first. Then we will continue to next. Okay.
Important globals. Bootstrap employs a handful of important global styles and settings that you'll need to be aware of when using it, all of which are almost exclusively geared towards the normalization of cross-browser styles.
Okay, this is important. You see, people uses different browsers, and each browser have different stylings. So when you design your web page inside, or let's say at a certain browser, it wouldn't look exactly the same in other browsers. To make it as much as possible exactly looking in different browsers, the Bootstrap employs a handful of important global styles. So let's see them.
HTML5 doc type. Bootstrap requires the use of the HTML5 doc type. Without it, you'll see some funky incomplete styling, but including it shouldn't cause any considerable hiccups.
It is like this, and we already have included that in our layout file here. Okay.
Responsive meta tag. Bootstrap is developed mobile first, a strategy in which we optimize code for mobile devices first, and then scale up components as necessary using CSS media queries. To ensure proper rendering and touch zooming for all devices, add the responsive viewport meta tag to your head.
And do we have that? Yeah, you see we already have that. You see initial scale is 1 device width, so this will take entire screen. And there are also some examples. We will see them. Let's continue.
Box sizing. For more straightforward sizing in CSS, we switch the global box sizing value from content box to border box. This ensures padding does not affect the final computed width of an element, but it can cause problems with some third-party software like Google Maps and Google Custom Search Engine. On the rare occasion you need to override it, use something like the following.
If you need to override it, you can use this. And
With the above snippet, nested elements including generated content via, before and after will all inherit the specified box sizing for the dot selector for some widget.
there are also some other article and reboot.
Reboot. For improved cross-browser rendering, we use Reboot to correct inconsistencies across browsers and devices, while providing slightly more opinionated resets to common HTML elements.
Okay, for reboot, we need to include anything. This is important. Okay, I think we don't need to include it. It is included in the CSS file. Let's read it. Yeah, it is already included in the CSS file. So let's continue with get started. So there is download. We already have included them from our CDN. There are also other ways. You can also open the CDN file, click to save and download it. Okay, there are contents. So these are the contents. Okay, CSS files, CS files, browser and devices. Okay, let's read this as well.
Browsers and devices. Learn about the browsers and devices, from modern to old, that are supported by Bootstrap, including known quirks and bugs for each.
Okay, so you see, not all browsers are supported. It's also impossible to support all of the existing browsers, but main ones are supported.
Supported browsers. Bootstrap supports the latest, stable releases of all major browsers and platforms. Alternative browsers which use the latest version of WebKit, Blink, or Gecko, whether directly or via the platform's WebView API, are not explicitly supported. However, Bootstrap should, in most cases, display and function correctly in these browsers as well. More specific support information is provided below. You can find our supported range of browsers and their versions in our .browserslist file.
Okay, let's open their file, and yeah, same as here. So it supports Chrome our version 60. What is our Chrome version right now? Okay, this is Edge actually. So you see our Edge is version 91, and okay, I don't see Edge on the list, but it supports all Edge probably. because Edge is a new browser. And let's check our Chrome version. So here, settings, where is the about? Oh, here. So it is 91. You see, it is starting support from version 60. And they also use auto prefixer to handle intended browser support and such. Mobile devices, this is the what is most matter for us. Okay.
Mobile devices. Generally speaking, Bootstrap supports the latest versions of each major platform's default browsers. Note that proxy browsers, such as Opera Mini, Opera Mobile's Turbo Mode, UC Browser Mini, Amazon Silk, are not supported.
They are not supported, but I think they would work pretty well. And desktop browsers, all is supported. Okay, this is not very important. Okay, and then there is JavaScript. Okay. There are some dependencies. Okay, still want to use jQuery, it is possible. Let's read this because jQuery is very important for us.
Still want to use jQuery? It's possible. Bootstrap 5 is designed to be used without jQuery, but it's still possible to use our components with jQuery. If Bootstrap detects jQuery in the window object, it'll add all of our components in jQuery's plugin system. This means you'll be able to do $databs toggle equals tooltip to enable tooltips. The same goes for our other components.
Okay, and there is data attributes.
Data attributes. Nearly all Bootstrap plugins can be enabled and configured through HTML alone with data attributes, our preferred way of using JavaScript functionality. Be sure to only use one set of data attributes on a single element. Example, you cannot trigger a tooltip and modal from the same button.
Okay, and selectors.
Selectors. Currently, to query DOM elements, we use the native methods querySelector and querySelectorAll for performance reasons, so you have to use valid selectors. If you use special selectors, for example, collapse, example, be sure to escape them.
Okay, and then there is events.
Events. Bootstrap provides custom events for most plugins' unique actions. Generally, these come in an infinitive and past participle form where the infinitive, exShow, is triggered at the start of an event, and its past participle form, exShown, is triggered on the completion of an action. All infinitive events provide prevent default functionality. This provides the ability to stop the execution of an action before it starts. Returning false from an event handler will also automatically call prevent default.
Okay, anyway, let's continue because you see we don't have a lot of time to see everything. Okay, I will just see customize overview. Let's see this. Okay, this is related customization. This is options. Okay, there is colors. There is theme colors. Yeah, all colors. Okay, components. X classes, responsive. Yeah, let's start with layouts, breakpoints, core concepts. Okay, I think I will continue with examples or let's see. Headers, yeah, let's start with headers. If there is an oh, there is no example. You see, you can look everything you need from here, but I think we can follow an example of Bootstrap. Okay, is a video series? No. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I don't see any good tutorial so far. So I think let's continue with the examples on the Bootstrap official. So let's download them and implement them by one. Okay, there are a lot of examples. So let's get them to extract them actually. Okay, I will start with headers. I mean the header template or navbar template. Actually, perhaps we should start with grid. Let me see. Yeah, let's start with layout first with breakpoints. Okay.
Breakpoints. Breakpoints are customizable widths that determine how your responsive layout behaves across device or viewport sizes in Bootstrap. On this page, Core.
Okay. Okay, nothing good here. Okay, these are related to SAS files, not our topic right now. Okay, I think what we need to know about breakpoints is that X small means dimensions lower than 576 pixel. You may wonder how much pixel is that. I will show you that with paint.net, which is my favorite image editing program. It is free. So this is my screenshot. When I click this rectangle select, you see at the bottom here it is selecting it is showing the size. So from here I can use a fixed size and it will be, I can make it like 576. So you see this is the 576. If the screen size is smaller than, that is the breakpoint of X small. So for small, you see it is bigger or equal to 576, and Obviously it is smaller than 768. You can see it like this. Okay, and for large, like this. Okay, so this is what it means, and these are the breakpoint namings, and you will see now where we use them. It is starting with containers.
Containers. Containers are a fundamental building block of Bootstrap that contain, pad, and align your content within a given device or viewport.
Okay, how they work?
How they work. Containers are the most basic layout element in Bootstrap and are required when using our default grid system.
We are going to use default grid system to have mobile, friendly and responsive web design.
System. Containers are used to contain, pad, and sometimes center the content within them. While containers can be nested, most layouts do not require a nested container. Bootstrap comes with 3 different containers. Dot container, which sets a max width at each responsive breakpoint. Dot container fluid, which is width 100% at all breakpoints. Dot container dash breakpoint, which is width 100% until the specified breakpoint. The table below illustrates how each container's max width compares to the original dot container and dot container fluid across each breakpoint.
Okay, let's see the grid example to understand them better. Can we see the source code here? No. I think we can see it from here. So I am going to copy it here. So where we are going to use it, we are going to use inside our index HTML. You see container SM, a 100% wide until small breakpoint. And yeah, this is medium, large, extra large. And there is also container fluid. Let's also try that. Okay, you see they are named with class, and container fluid is like this. Okay, let's run the application to see how they behave. And you can see their behavior here. 100% until extra small. Then these are the sizes that it will take. Okay, did we include everything? Small, medium, large, x large, xx large, fluid. And we also need to have a default container example. Yeah, default container and small are behaving exactly the same. Yeah. Okay, so let's make it full screen, and let's also add a border to them so we can see better. Okay, there is border 1. Yeah, let's make them border 1. So these are classes of Bootstrap, and you see Visual Studio is automatically showing those as an option. The only annoying thing with MVC is that we can't just change CSS HTML and refresh. Actually, there is a way to do that. Let's implement it. Okay, MVC Core, change CSS HTML and refresh. Okay, let's see. Okay, let's see this answer. So we need to add this to the startup CS. Let's add it here. This will allow us to change CSS HTML and refresh, and it will automatically refresh it. We are going to add it to startup. Okay, it will be services add, therefore it should be here like this, services add controller with views. Okay, for this to work, Let's see. It is not working. Why? Oh, we need to include this, I think. Okay, it says you need to add this. Let's add it. Okay, it appears that we need to first install NuGet package. Let's install it. Okay, MVC Razor. Yeah, this is it. And that's it. Okay, it is adding a lot of extra code. You see, if you want to have runtime compilation feature, you need to add a lot of references and okay, now it works. Let's make it a single line like this. Okay, let's run the application and test it. So what will this allow us? This will allow us to refresh page and see it is refreshed without restarting the application. Okay. Okay, it appears that our border one didn't have any. Think why? Maybe we need to use. Let's test it. I think we need to also implement something like this here. So border one is not very visible, maybe like this, and yeah. You see, border has to be added with border. So there is also borders like this. And what about border color? Okay, so it is like this. So let's use this. Now I will just change border 1 to okay, border primary, border 2. They are additive. I am replacing all. Oh, it did replace our bootstrap file, which is not what we wanted. Okay, I did a Ctrl Z there. Okay, I just need to change this page, not entire solution. You have to be careful with that. Okay, now when I refresh the page, it should get refreshed. You see, refresh is taking time because it is recompiling the application on runtime. And on a faster computer, it would take lesser time. Okay, now we can see borders as well. Okay, now since my screen is full size, you see they are maximum 1320 pixel. We can also verify that to see computed size. Okay, so the computed size is, let's see here. Does it show? Okay, so you see max width is 1320 pixel because this is what it is. It is all maximum up to 1303 pixels. If it is X large or X large or large, or it doesn't matter, as long as your screen is bigger than 1400 pixel. And currently my screen size is bigger than 1400 pixel. It is 1900 pixel. Therefore this is the maximum. However, if you set full width, it is taking entire screen. And now you will see how it behaves as soon as I change my pixel dimension, screen size. Okay, so you see here it is showing my screen size. As soon as it gets below 1400 pixel, the behavior changes. How? You see, when it is lower than 1400 pixel, they are starting to behave different on X large, large, medium, small, extra small. So this is how what it is being responsive based on the screen size. The behavior changes. You see 100% white until extra large breakpoint. And these are also 100% white until extra large breakpoint. Okay. You see the behavior keeps changing until they reach to a point. And they will become all 100% after below 576. Okay, here you see how the behavior changes. And fluid is spanning into the next line. I think others will also span because it's div. So this is what it is about containers and the breakpoints. Breakpoints defines the dimensions of the screen and how they will behave. Okay, and this is the containers, and this is a fluid container. Okay, so in Bootstrap and how they screen size and okay, let's move to the next. Then we will see grid. Grid is really important, and this is the core of the responsive web design. Okay, let's start reading it.
Grid system. Use our powerful mobile-first Flexbox grid to build layouts of all shapes and sizes thanks to a 12-column system, 6 default responsive tiers, SAS variables and mix-ins, and dozens of predefined classes. On this page.
Okay, let's start with example.
Example. Bootstrap's grid system uses a series of containers, rows, and columns to lay out and align content. It's built with Flexbox and is fully responsive. Below is an example and an in-depth explanation for how the grid system comes together.
So what is Flexbox? Let's start with that first.
Basic concepts of Flexbox. The Flexible Box module, usually referred to as Flexbox, was designed as a one-dimensional layout model and as a method that could offer space distribution between items in an interface and powerful alignment capabilities. This article gives an outline of the main features of Flexbox, which we will be exploring in more detail in the rest of these guides. When we describe Flexbox as being one-dimensional, we are describing the fact that Flexbox deals with layout in one dimension at a time, either as a row or as a column. This can be contrasted with the two-dimensional model of CSS grid layout, which controls columns and rows together.
Okay, so this is about Flexbox. We don't need to get more details right now. Let's continue with Bootstrap. Okay, so there are 3 columns here and it is printed with this. Let's add this to our page. I will add all the newest examples to the top when doing working. So let's add some breakpoints like this. Okay. So there is a div class container. That means that it is container type. And since no breakpoint is defined, it will behave as small container because it is equal to small, as you remember. Then it has a class row. So this is what it is being Flexbox handling one dimension at a time, and then there is columns. So it will have single row and 3 columns like this. It is like table. This is actually pretty much like the older technology we can call now table. So it has 3 columns and single row. Therefore, we have 1 table row and we have 3 table columns like this and this. Okay. However, now you should work with Bootstrap instead of tables because Bootstrap is better, more responsive. And when I refresh my page, okay, you see this is the output of table and this is the output of Bootstrap. Let's also add them some border. How am I going to add that? I am going to add something like this. So each TD will have a border style. This is also not suggested. You should use the classes of Bootstrap, but for demonstration purposes, I'm going to have that. So in here, I will also add a border and border 2. Yeah. Actually, I can also change it as container class. And then inside container, yeah, each div will have a border, or maybe under row. Yeah, let's set it under row. And I will add border. How am I gonna do that? Okay, this is not possible appending it like that. I need to set it like this. Okay, and let's refresh our page. Okay. Oh, by the way, the TD didn't work because it is not a class. It is like this. Oh, still not working. Border width 1 pixel. Okay. So this is the default output of table and this is the default output of Bootstrap. When I change size, you see how Bootstrap border width changes. It is always single line and this is the minimum width that you can get with Bootstrap. And it is, you see, changing size according to the screen size. And when I remove one of the column here, since it is a default container, I think we will better able to better see it. Okay, it is taking 100% when the size gets below 576. Otherwise, it is getting certain sizes. Since this is behaving as a small, but if I change this to large, like this, the behavior will also change. Okay. So you see now it becomes full size at a bigger size. Okay. So these are all about breakpoints, containers, and rows. Let's add another row to here, and let's make it 3 columns. And see how it behaves. Like this. Okay, when I refresh, you see this one has 2 columns and this one has 3 columns. Okay, it is totally up to you. You can also define different, I think, container sizes, such as, let's see, rows, columns. Yeah, so I'm going to make this as small 3 columns. Yeah. So the above one and the below one will be different. You see? Like this. Oh, I made this just 3 columns. So you can also have nested containers if you want. Let's nest this inside another container. Like this, and I will make this a small container. Yeah. Okay. And let's refresh the page. Okay, you see now they have different container sizes and they will become equal after certain size, and since it is small, it will be like this. Okay.
The above example creates 3 equal width columns across all devices and viewports using our predefined grid classes. Those columns are centered in the page with the parent dot container.
So the dot container centers them inside the page. You see, it is always centered at the page. The containers are always centered at the page. Yeah.
How it works. Breaking it down, here's how the grid system comes together. Our grid supports 6 responsive breakpoints. Breakpoints are based on min-width media queries, meaning they affect that breakpoint and all those above it. Example, .call SM4 applies to SM, MD, LG, XL, and XXL. This means you can control container and column sizing and behavior by each breakpoint. Containers center and horizontally pad your content. Use .container for a responsive pixel width, .container fluid for width, 100% across all viewports and devices, or a responsive container, example, .container MD for a combination of fluid and pixel widths. Rows are wrappers for columns. Each column has horizontal padding, called a gutter, for controlling the space between them. This padding is then counteracted on the rows with negative margins to ensure the content in your columns is visually aligned down the left side. Rows also support modifier classes to uniformly apply column sizing and gutter classes to change the spacing of your content. Columns are incredibly flexible. There are 12 template columns available per row, allowing you to create different combinations of elements that span any number of columns. Column classes indicate the number of template columns to span, example, call4 spans 4. Widths are set in percentages, so you always have the same relative sizing. Gutters.
Okay, let's test that. You see there are column breakpoints like this. Number of columns, gutter width, custom gutters nestable, auto layout columns, equal width. You see 1 of 2, 1 of 2 of 2, 1 of 3, like this. And let's see. Okay, let's test this and see how it behaves. So I will put it to the top. Okay, let's refresh. Refreshing is taking a lot of time on my computer. However, if your computer is faster, it should be much faster than my computer. Yeah, taking a lot of time. This is actually a bad, only bad side I have seen with ASP.NET MVC Core. On a web forms application, refresh is almost instant. If you are working with ASPX pages, yeah, looks like my page is gone. I don't know why it took this much time. Let's just restart the application. Okay, you see one of three, two of three, three of three, but since there is no border, we can't see it. But here it is displayed with border. Let's see the page source. Okay, they have nested it with BD example row class. And let's see the BD example. Okay, let's put it inside BD example. I wonder if that is a default class of Bootstrap. Okay, it wasn't a default class. So I have to have, let's define a custom class to add border class. And inside border class, basically, I will have all divs to have a border like this. Yeah. Now I should be able to, okay. So one of three, two of three, but this one is wider. Three of three, one of three, two of three, wider, three of three. So why they are different, you see. Let's check it out. So at the first row, which is here, this one has 6 at the end, you see. So it will take 6 column size, and these two will take okay, it is not 6 column size, but let's see why there is a such difference. So it is total number of 12 column. Therefore, this will get 3, this will get 3, and this will get 6. That's how it is happening. If I make this 7, 8, I mean, this will get 2 and this will get 2. Let's test it out. You see, so we can also check their size to verify our example. So this has, let's see, okay, 220 pixel size. This has 880 pixel size, which is 4 times of that, and this one has 220. So our assumption is working. Okay, this gets 2x column. Okay, this is 8x column. This is 2x column, and total column is 12. Yeah. This is the container column system. Let's comment this out like this. And it is same here. So since this is 5, this gets 4 and this gets 3, I think. Or do they get equal, maybe? Let's see. So this one is 383. Okay. So in this case, you see, since this is a single number and 8 left, this will get 3.5x. Yeah. And this is 3.5 and this is 5. Okay, and let's continue. Then there is variable width content.
Variable width content. Use call dash, breakpoint, auto classes to size columns based on the natural width of their content.
So this will set them based on their natural width of their content, which is this. Let's see that as an example. Okay, variable width, I will make this double. Okay, let's see how it works. So this has auto tag, as you can see, and these two have 2 column size, large, but they have breakpoint of large, and this have breakpoint of medium. And let's see the example. Okay, by the way, since this is inside, this is not inside our border class, I'm going to make my border class here. It will cover all of our examples. Okay, so 1 of 3, variable content 3 of 3, 1 of 3, variable width content 3 of 3. Why they are like this, if you wonder? Here, this is using default column. Therefore, it is taking all the remaining width, which is 9. This is the variable width. It only takes the size of the content. You can see here, and they are getting the rest. We can make this also like this. Let me show you. So if I add example like this and if I don't define anything, okay, this will take whatever space necessary and the rest will get automatically. Okay, you see variable width, but they are almost equal. Therefore, I will make this let's see, I will make this even bigger. It happens. Okay, now it is taking much more content than these two. Yeah. So auto working well. You can also set this as large, but large wouldn't change anything because this is taking the entire space. If I make this as small, that may make them smaller though. Okay, it didn't make much difference. If there's a smaller, yeah, x small can make a difference. Let's try x small. Okay. Oh, when I make it x small, now it is spanning into the next. Yeah. Why? Let's see. Interesting. Okay, anyway, let's continue. Then there is responsive classes.
Responsive classes. Bootstrap's grid includes 6 tiers of predefined classes for building complex responsive layouts. Customize the size of your columns on extra small, small, medium, large, or extra large devices however you see fit. All breakpoints. For grids that are the same from the smallest of devices to the largest, use the .col and .col ** classes. Specify a numbered class when you need a particularly sized column, otherwise, feel free to stick to .col.
So dot column is what we need usually, but if you need certain sizes, then you can use other breakpoints. So this will have default sizes. Okay, let's add some breakpoints. Okay. And when I refresh, I think it will take entire available space like this. Column, 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 8 column, 4 column. And when I make it smaller, it will get automatically sized according to our page, you see. Since none of them is surpassing the available, it didn't spawn to the next line. When I make it like this, it is still working. Yeah. If I make this word very big, what happens? Like this. Okay, now it is like this. However, let's make it like this. Okay, you see now it is spanning to the next line. Still it is responsive, fully visible, and it is spanning to the next line. Now not this row is actually 2 rows to ensure that it is responsive, but when the size gets big enough, now it is returning back to the single row, as you can see. Let's add a note. New row when the screen size is too small to display single word. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so stack it to horizontal. Okay.
Using a single set of .col sm * classes, you can create a basic grid system that starts out stacked and becomes horizontal at the small breakpoint sm.
Okay, let's see the difference of this. Okay. I think from horizontal it means this. You see, it is stacking into multiple rows, spanning into multiple rows. Okay, let's add that as well. So we have a container class, then we have 2 rows with 8 and 4 columns and 3 columns. Okay, let's see the behavior. Yeah, I see. So you see now they are all spanning into single row. Do you know why? Because they are small breakpoint. If I remove the small breakpoint, let's see what happens. Okay, so you see, if I remove the small breakpoint, they are still in as a single row like this. But as soon as we add the small, the behavior changes. Let's add another one to see at a single example like this. So the breakpoints have huge effect when they become when they stack as horizontal or not. So let's try, for example, x large breakpoint. Okay. Let's also type as x large small. This will be regular column. Okay, SM. Yeah. Let's see the difference. Okay. So the x large is spanning into the different rows as soon as the screen size is getting, let's open inspector to see, 1207 200, yeah, 1200. That is the breakpoint of x large, and as soon as the screen size gets below it, they are spanning into the multiple rows. The x large and the small is spanning into multiple rows as soon as the screen size is below 570 576. You see, currently 576. As soon as I get to 575, they are spanning into the multiple rows. Okay, and there's mix and match.
Mix and match. Don't want your columns to simply stack in some grid tiers? Use a combination of different classes for each tier as needed. See the example below for a better idea of how it all works.
Okay, so let's copy and paste this as well to analyze. Okay, so we have container and we have row and we have MD8, we have column 6 and column MD4. So you see this is mixed. I think when the breakpoint is medium, it will become 4, and before that it will be 6 probably. And then we have column 6 and MD4. Columns start at 50% white on mobile. On mobile means MD, and bump to 33 bytes. This is interesting. Okay, let's test this. Let's see the behavior. So at full size, we see this is taking 8. This is taking a half of it because it is bigger than the MD probably. MD is medium breakpoint. So this is 877 pixel, and this is okay 400. So this is 2x, this is 1x. These three are equal. I think when we are bigger than MD, it is taking as effect, though I am not sure. Let's see. Okay, this is taking 8 column, this is taking 4 column, and these two are equal. And let's see when we start making the screen smaller, how the behavior changes. Okay, here the behavior changes. Okay, what point is that? Okay, as soon as we get below 1200, the behavior changes. Yeah, like this. And when we get even smaller, the behavior changes after 1000 pixels, yeah, or 909 100 pixels, and this is it. Okay, it says columns start at 50% white on mobile, and we see that it is 50% white on mobile. They are all equal but spanning into multiple rows, and on desktop you see they are becoming equal 33%. 60 columns on mobile by making one full bit and their half bit. So let's see this one behavior. Okay, I see. So you see on mobile this is full size 8 column, and this is half size, and when we get to bigger, the behavior is if it is changed or not. So this is 477 pixels, and this is, yeah, okay. So MD4 and MD8 makes it, this is 2x and this is 4x. And what does this means? That it will not span to the, it will not take entire space of one row, even in mobile like this. You see it is half size of the entire row, and this is what it does, column 6. Okay. Okay, you can do tests at your computer as well to understand how it works better. It is simple. Okay.
Row columns. Use the responsive.rowcalls ** classes to quickly set the number of columns that best render your content and layout. Whereas normal.call * classes apply to the individual columns, example, .call MD4, the row columns classes are set on the parent.row as a shortcut. With .rowCallsAuto you can give the columns their natural width. Use these row columns classes to quickly create basic grid layouts, or to control your card layouts.
Okay, so here it will set 2 columns for per row. Let's see how it behaves. Okay. Okay, they are equal, and when we get too small, okay, so you see they are spanning into multiple rows when it becomes too small. Oh, I think let's add 2 more columns to test. Yeah, so this means there will be maximum 2 columns per row, I think. Yeah, this is simply meaning that it means there will be 2 columns. When I set this 3, there will be 3 columns per row like this, and they will always be taking the full size like this. It's pretty convenient to use, and you can also set different number of row columns or anything. Then there is auto. Auto means that I think each one of them will be spawned to the single row. Auto, and oh, they are not even taking the entire space now. So this means that they are getting space according to their natural content size like this. And when we make it smaller, they will just span into the multiple rows like here. Okay. Okay, okay. So can we change behavior like this? This is something interesting. Let's see. What if we set column number like here? What happens? Okay, this is taking 6 times size of other columns or what? Oh, I think each one of these columns now taking 2x space. This one is taking 6 space, so it will be 3x size of them. Let's verify our theory. This is 284. 284, and this should be equal to 600 or 700. Oh, 200. Yeah, this is just okay. I think it is behaving like this. Let me explain. So this becomes 3x. This becomes 3x, and this is 6x because each okay, this is not what it happens. This is 4 columns, and so it should be 3x size. But that is not the case. Interesting. Why? Is it explained here? No. Okay, it says width 50% and this is width 25%. I think I know the reason. Okay, so these are being 3x, 3x, 3x. Why? Since this is 4 columns, it is taking 3x over 12x. This is 4 columns. Yeah. So therefore 3x, 3x, 6x, 3x, and since they get over 12x, it is always spawning into the next row like here. We can also add a note. The last column always spawn into the next row. Actually, we can say extend, maybe not spawn but extend. Yeah, let's make this as a comment. So this 3 is being the first row, and this is getting extended into the next row like here. Okay, the idea is simple. You know, as you work with this system, you will get used to it, you will understand it better. And what about this? Okay. So in this example, it is row columns 1, SM2. Okay. So this means that by default, it will be 1 column. And if it is bigger than small breakpoint, it will be 2 column. And if it is bigger than 4 breakpoint, it will be 4 column. You see, since it is bigger than MD breakpoint, it is now 4 column. And as soon as I start minimizing it, it will become 2 column, and then it will become 1 column. Let me show you. Now 2 columns. When it becomes 2 column, it becomes 2 column after 786, which is the breakpoint of MD. When you get below MD, it becomes 2 columns, and when it gets below SM, it becomes 1 column like this. So this defines, this defines the behavior according to the screen size. If screen size is bigger than MD in pixel, it is 4 columns. If it is bigger than pixel, it is 2 columns. And if screen is smaller, and it is 1 column. So this is about screen sizes. You see how it changes. This is also being responsive design. In a single line of code, you can set behavior of the container according to the screen size. And then there is nesting. I am just passing the SASS.
Nesting. To nest your content with the default grid, add a new .row and set of .colsm- columns within an existing .colsm- column. Nested rows should include a set of columns that add up to 12 or fewer. It is not required that you use all 12 available columns.
Let's see a nested column example as well. Nested container. So here we have a container, we have a row, which is the beginning row. Then we have a column, which is 3 column when screen is bigger than SM. Then we have SM9. Then inside that we have another row, and this row spans into multiple columns according to the screen sizes like this. So it will be printed like, did we save it? No, let's save. It is like this. They are nested, and as soon as we start changing the screen size, the display behavior changes according to the setup we made. So it is totally up to you how you want it to be displayed. We are not going to use SASS. Then we have mixings. We are not going to use that as well. We have this is all about it. Let's move to the next, which is columns. We already have a lot of idea about columns.
Columns. Learn how to modify columns with a handful of options for alignment, ordering, and offsetting thanks to our Flexbox grid system. Plus, see how to use column classes to manage widths of non-grid elements.
Be sure to read grid first. We have read it already.
How they work. Columns build on the grid's Flexbox architecture. Flexbox means we have options for changing individual columns and modifying groups of columns at the row level. You choose how columns grow, shrink, or otherwise change. When building grid layouts, all content goes in columns. The hierarchy of Bootstrap's grid goes from container to row to column to your content.
So it starts with container, then row, then column. This is the order of grid system. It is important to understand. First container, then we have rows, and then we have columns.
On rare occasions, you may combine content and column, but be aware there can be unintended consequences.
So you shouldn't just combine content and column. You should always use row and column.
Bootstrap includes predefined classes for creating fast, responsive layouts. With 6 breakpoints and a dozen columns at each grid tier, We have dozens of classes already built for you to create your desired layouts. This can
Okay, and we can see, we can remember the breakpoints again. So if screen size dimension is smaller than 576, it is x small. Then we have small sm, we have md medium, lg large, extra large is x large, and extra large is xx large. Okay, and then let's start with alignment.
alignment. Use Flexbox alignment utilities to vertically and horizontally align columns.
This is vertical alignment. Let's see it. Okay, so here we start with a container, then we have a row alignment item start. We have 3 columns, which will take the entire available space, and they won't extend into the another row. We have alignment item center, and we have alignment item, and I think this is left alignment, this is center, and this is right alignment. Let's see. Okay, text is alignment here. Oh, okay, not about text. And what is that about? Okay, they look exactly the same. Interesting. So what is the difference? Okay, the thing here is, you see each one is new row, but yeah, they are, each one is new row. I think it defines the order. So since this is start, this is center, this is start, this is center, and that one is end. When I move this and as start, let's see what happens. Okay, it is exactly looking same. Let's make this end. Okay, nothing changes. So align items and what does that mean? Let's continue with next one. I think we will understand it better that time. Okay, we have a single row, we have self start, self center, self end. And when we refresh the page, it is still looking same. Yeah, it is always looking same. We don't get the behavior here. Why? I think to be able to get the behavior here, we need to have some kind of bigger width height. So let's change height of this container. I wonder if there is a height class or something like that. No. So let's add a height 500 pixel, and let's add a height to this one as well. Okay, and start center and let's check the examples source code, because we don't see the same behavior. Okay, why this is getting this much space? So you see it has BD example class, which is position relative. It has some margin border, but it is not still explaining it. We have container here, rows. Why the size of this row is like this? Yeah, this is so weird. The display flex makes a difference. But what is making it like this? Oh, it has min height, which is coming from here. You see? And it is coming from box CSS. Yeah, I see. So until I add this into my row, then I will see the same behavior. To be able to see the same behavior, I need to add a style here, like this. Now I will see same behavior. I think this is a misleading, because if you don't use the same classes as the example, it's okay. Now we can see it. You see, they are now like this. So this is setting their position inside row. So this is the row style. It is 108 pixel, and this is where they are positioned. You see, start, center, end. And we have another example here. Okay, let's set every one of them height like this. Okay, so this one is top. They are positioned at the top. This one is they are positioned at the center, and this one is they are positioned at the bottom. Okay, let's continue with the tutorial. Then we can have horizontal alignment. You see, you can align then wherever you want, like this. Justify content start, justify content center, justify content end, around. content between. You see how they are getting positioned evenly. We can also apply this. Let me show you how can I apply this quickly. Okay, so I'm going to give this class another name like row size, and from this row size I am just going to use row size class dot rows. Actually it is also another custom class, so I need to use row. Okay, height will be equal to 100 pixels. Okay, and when I now refresh my page, okay, it didn't work as that, so let's see what is wrong. Maybe like this. Yeah, now working. So you see each one is set as 100 pixel row size. The first one is justify content start. Let's also type them here. So justify content start is like this, and we have justify content center, and they are centered, you see, like here. And we have justify content, and I think this will right align them like in Microsoft, like here. Then we have justify content around. So around means they will get, I think, equal. No, yeah, equal. Let me show you that. Okay, with a print screen. Add here. Okay, and see. So this is about, let's change this. Okay, 137 pixel. I think this will be double size of it. Yeah, 273, and this will be equal to first one. Yeah, so it is like this. Let me type it here. So this is okay, this is 2x, this is 1x, and this is 1x. Okay, and then we have justify content between. So this left and right align them like here, and we have justify content evenly. I think this will be 1x, 1x, 1x. Yeah, 1x here, 1x here, and 1x here. Okay, we have seen each one of them. Okay. All right. So let's continue with column wrapping.
Column wrapping. If more than 12 columns are placed within a single row, each group of extra columns will, as one unit, wrap onto a new line.
Yeah, this is already the behavior that we are discovering. Let's see it. So within a container, actually within a row, there can be only up to 12 columns, and the more of the columns will be wrapped into a new line. So there is 9, 4, 6, which means 13 plus 6, it is 18. However, the total of these two is overflowing 12. So let's see how it behaves. Okay, this is 9 column, and you see this is 4 column. However, since 9 plus 4 is over 12, this is getting to the next row, like here, and this is also the other one. So this is column wrapping, and when we make it smaller, the behavior doesn't change. Okay, and by default they are wrapping. You don't need to define any other class or anything.
Column breaks. Column breaks. Breaking columns to a new line in Flexbox requires a small hack. Add an element with width 100% wherever you want to wrap your columns to a new line. Normally this is accomplished with multiple dot rows, but not every implementation method can account for this.
Okay, so there are 6 columns, and for small size, 3 columns. Oh, I see. Force next columns to break with a new line. So this is a hacking that we make. Let's see it here. Okay, so this will cause a break line. Okay, here we see normally this should take half of 25% of the spaces they are taking. However, here we are seeing a break, and it forces this bottom to go to the next line. Without it, let me show you. They would be visible in a single row like this, but with this, they are being forced into new line. By the way, when screen size is smaller, it will behave like this. Yeah. So this is the width 100%, and what is this? The non-DMD block. So display property, we have the value. Okay. The breakpoint value. Oh, so this means this is display inline. Display is a property of HTML. So it supports display none, DCM block. So you see, you can set display none for certain screen size. You see, like hidden only on XX large. So we can make this as like this. So when it is so this will be displayed none in XX large. We won't see it. However, when the screen size gets smaller than XX large, it will become visible. Yeah, it is working great. So this is the display property. There is display none, inline block, grid, table, cell, table row flex, and inline flex. And what is this P? How do we see? I think it is at the bottom. Okay, let's continue. So this means this will be display block when it is medium sized screen, and otherwise it will be display none. So by default this won't be visible, and this will become visible after screen is smaller than medium. Actually, let's see. I mean, if the screen is bigger than medium, it will be display block. If smaller than medium, it will become display none. So when we get below medium, yeah, it becomes display none, as you see. Okay, and there is reordering.
Reordering. Order classes. Use .order classes for controlling the visual order of your content. These classes are responsive, so you can set the order by breakpoint, example, .order1, .order MD2. Includes support for 1 through 5 across all 6 grid tiers.
So it supports 1 to 5. Let's test this as well. This is making your code much more organized, easier to write. So first DOM no order applied. So second DOM with larger order, and third DOM with order of 1. So let's see the difference. First DOM, third DOM, second DOM. So you see the third DOM becomes upper than this one because it has order 1. Okay, if I make this order 2, then the first one will become this one. Let me show you that. Yeah, you see, so they are being sorted with this order tag. It is extremely useful if you ask me. There are also responsive order first, order last. Oh, nice. Actually, I haven't used Bootstrap in none of my real projects so far because when I first started, we didn't know any of this. It was also in 2009. When was the first version of Bootstrap? In my university, none of these were shown to us. So the first one was in 2011. Okay. So when we refresh, you see this is ordered first, unordered, and ordered last. Then there is offsetting columns.
Offsetting columns. You can offset grid columns in two ways: our responsive .offset grid classes and our margin utilities. Grid classes are sized to match columns, while margins are more useful for quick layouts where the width of the offset is variable. Offset classes. Move columns to the right using .offsetMD- classes.
So MD means it will work only if the screen size is bigger or equal to medium size. You already should know that.
MD- classes. These classes increase the left margin of a column by asterisk columns. For example, .offset MD4 moves .col MD4 over 4 columns.
Yeah, let's see this. By the way, this will work only if the screen size is bigger than medium. Okay. Okay. So here, this is a regular column, and here we have 4 offsets. So this will, at the end of the screen, I am going to make this 3 offset like this. Okay, so there will be still one column at the right. You see, like this. So one column here. There are 3 column offset here, and this is taking 4 column size. Yeah, it is working as we would have expect. And they are also responsive, so you can set different offsets for different screen dimensions. Then there's margin utilities. So margin auto means that it will set margin automatically. I think it will set as centered, or let's see. Okay, so margin auto is sent to the end. Interesting, why? And that is margin auto. Here. So when they are both margin auto, this one is set like this. Okay, one empty, one empty, one like this. And there is column auto. So column auto means it will take necessary space, I think, like here. And this will also set necessary. So what is ME-A? With move to the flexbox in version 4, you can use margin tools like ME-A auto for sibling columns away from one another. So MS auto, and there is ME-A auto. Then there's standalone column classes.
Standalone column classes. The .col * classes can also be used outside a .row to give an element a specific width. Whenever column classes are used as non-direct children of a row, the paddings are omitted.
Okay, so these are individual classes which are not under any container. And you see it has set border, so we can see. Okay, so they are taking like this, and they are not they don't have padding from left top. You see, column width above SM breakpoint. When we get smaller, they become like this. Yeah. So BG light means it has background. And P3, what is this P3? This may be the column size or bootstrap P. What's P? Paragraph. Oh, but what does P3 means? Oh, P is padding. I see. So P3 means it will have how much P? Spacer important. So it will be pixel sized spacer probably. Let's see how it is displayed in the browser as a padding. So we can see padding somewhere here. Okay, let's see the padding. Oh, so it is 1 RAM. It is not pixel sized. If you make it 2 RAM, it becomes like this. So how much pixel is 1 RAM? How many pixels? Okay, so 1 RAM is 16 pixels in most of the browsers. Okay, and let's read it.
The classes can be used together with utilities to create responsive floated images. Make sure to wrap the content in a .clearfix wrapper to clear the float if the text is shorter. A paragraph of placeholder text. We're using it here to show the use of the clearfix class. We're adding quite a few meaningless phrases here to demonstrate how the columns interact here with the floated image. As you can see, the paragraphs gracefully wrap around the floated image. Now imagine how this would look with some actual content in here, rather than just this boring placeholder text that goes on, but actually conveys no tangible information at. It simply takes up space and should not really be read. And yet, here you are, still persevering in reading this placeholder text, hoping for some more insights, or some hidden
Okay, so let's see how it works. Okay, so we have an image here which has a hidden src. So let's get the image from somewhere else. Okay, I will get some image of our school. Yeah, for example, this image here. And then, okay, so this has 6 column size in medium or bigger. Float MD to end, so it will be end floated. It has MB3, MSMD3. So MB is, what is MB? MB is spacing probably. So M is for class set margin, B is margin bottom. Yeah. So margin bottom 3 means 3 RAMs, probably 48 pixels. And this is MC. So MC is margin size, probably 3. And when we refresh our page, okay, we are able to see the image like this. However, image is becoming bigger, not the original size. So how can we fix that? So the clear fix is making it like this. And when I make it smaller, it becomes like this when it gets smaller than medium size. Okay, so why this image is getting bigger size? So it has margin left, right, margin bottom, column, and okay, why the image size changes? Okay, when we delete this, what happens? Bootstrap image size static. So there is MX Auto pictures. Okay, responsive images, image fluid with max width, height auto, class image fluid. Image thumbnail. So what happens when we add image fluid? What happens when we delete all? Okay, now it is original size. So let's make it float and okay. Now you see we didn't set column size, therefore it is not taking entire space and it is floated to right. However, it gets to the top. To prevent that, I need to make this as SM, so it won't get to the top until the very small dimension. Yeah, it is working. And this uses clearfix. What happens if we use container instead of clearfix? Okay, now it is positioned like this. Yeah, I think this is better. It also has a border. Where does this border coming from? It's coming from our border class. Yeah, and there are some paragraphs. So paragraphs are like this. You know, achieving this with regular HTML is extremely hard. However, with Bootstrap, it is pretty easy. We can also set this as, I think, let's see, maybe center or justify content. Okay, MD around, MD center. Okay. So select align items. Align content center. Let's see. Okay. Not float, but we need to use center. No, not working. there should be a item for this. Okay, so there is justify content center, maybe. Okay, let's find from our example. So justify content center, this is not what we are looking for. What we are looking for is this one. So this one is align items center, yeah. So this image is not currently aligned center. Align item center, let's try this. Okay, now I think it is, no, still not align item center. If we remove this, what happens? No. Okay. Why it is not working? Okay, there is MX Auto. Center block image responsive. No, not working. We should use MX Auto. Let's try MX Auto. No, not working either. Okay, this is posted, but they didn't show example of how to center this image. I think we can achieve that with rows and columns. Yeah, maybe let's make that as that way, so we will see. It will be also a good practice for us. I will leave this as this is, and I will copy paste it. Okay, so let's copy and paste. Okay, so we have a container, then we are going to have a row like this. Okay, then we are going to have two columns. Okay, column, I will make it column 6, so they will be equal size, or let's set it as auto. So this will be first column, and then we're going to have second column like this. Okay, let's see how it looks so far. Okay, it is being like this currently. So when we make it column 6, and that way it is not working as we wanted. So let's say not column auto, but column 6. Yeah, so they will be equal. Column sizes. Okay, we will get this to the bottom here. Then we will add display. Okay, items, align items center. for image. Okay, didn't work. Align content center. Okay, why not working? Yeah, okay, so our division is correct, but align content center is not working so far. Hmm. Maybe it is justify content. It will work. No, justify content is not we are looking for. What we are looking for is rather this. Okay, so this may, okay, for Bootstrap 4 there is MX Auto. We are using Bootstrap 5, so it should work. So this will be the class. Oh, I see. This will be the class of our example. Okay, so it is centered but not vertically. So align content center, aligns item center. And what happens when I remove this class? No, didn't work. Maybe justify content center. Why? What is the difference these two, these three? I wonder. Let's remove it and see. Okay, what we need to achieve is we need to vertically and horizontally center it. Okay, so it has deflex, align item center, justify content center. We have column. So align content center. Let's see if this is working. Yeah, you see. So we need to use deflex, otherwise it won't work. Let me show you. Yeah. So deflex is a key. What is deflex? Deflex is display flex. So this class becomes display flex, and when it becomes a flex box, you see now image can be centered like this. I can now set its position as I want. For example, I can remove this column count, just make it column, and just make this column as well. And they are still equal. So we can make this as 9 column and this one as 3 column. Yeah. Then we can set this to the right or left. So I think it is align items left. No, maybe this one. Justify content left. Yeah. So with justify content, set it horizontally, and align item, set it vertically. If I understood correctly, versus. So what is the difference? One is that vertically, one is that horizontally, I think. Along primary axis, justify content, yeah, secondary axis. So it says this is horizontally left and this is vertically top. Yeah. Okay, let's set this as right. And now it is working exactly as you want. Oh, it didn't work. Why? Oh, it has to be left perhaps. No. Weird. Maybe we need to set it as and, not left or right. Yeah. So it takes start or end, beginning of and, not left or right. So let's refresh. Yeah, now working. Okay. Okay, before moving next. Okay, I will take as core concepts available breakpoints. Breakpoints. Available breakpoints. Mediocre is not, we haven't seen them yet. Okay, then containers. Okay, default containers. Responsive containers. Pollute containers. Okay. Okay, let's move to the grid. What is the grid system? Five. Okay, how grid system works? Okay, grid options and auto layout columns equal width. Okay, setting one column width. Variable width content. Responsive classes. Stack it to horizontal. Mix and match. Row columns. And nesting here. Five, okay. And what else? Then columns. Five. Okay. Columns, vertical alignment. Vertical alignment. You see, these are the primary alignment things. And once you master this, then you can build your website as you want easily, put position elements as you want easily, column breaks. So these are the primary things that you need to master, and you will be able to master them as you work on them, as you make examples on them, and as you search for solutions. Offsetting colors, offset classes. And you will also get used to this wording, such as margin utilities, padding. Okay, standard column classes. Yeah. Okay, now we can move to the next, which is gutters. Okay.
Gutters are the padding between your columns, used to responsively space and align content in the Bootstrap grid system. On this page,
Okay, so it is used to it is used for padding between columns.
how they work. Gutters are the gaps between column content, created by horizontal padding. We set padding right and padding left on each column, and use negative margin to offset that at the start and end of each row to align content. Gutters start at 1.5 rem, 24 px wide.
So 1 rm is 16 pixel px.
This allows us to match our grid to the padding and margin spacer's scale. Gutters can be responsively adjusted. Use breakpoint-specific gutter classes to modify horizontal gutters, vertical gutters, and all gutters.
Okay.
Horizontal gutters. .gx-* classes can be used to control the horizontal gutter widths. The .container or .container fluid parent may need to be adjusted if larger gutters are used to avoid unwanted overflow, using a matching padding utility. For example, in the following example we've increased the padding with .px4.
Okay, so let's test this. Okay, here we have container and px is 4, which means I think it is gutter size. And then we have p3, it is also padding. So let's refresh our page to see, and let's also add some new line. Okay, so we have some custom column padding and inside padding. So our padding here is 3 RAM, like this. It is 48 pixel, but I don't see that many pixels here. Maybe it is that. And then we have padding between columns. Let's see that here. So we have both inside padding and outside of the division padding. Okay, so inside division padding is 1 RAM. Here it is P3. So how much is P2? Let's see. P2 is okay, P2 is 0.5 IRM. So P3 is 16 pixel, P2 is 8 pixel, and this does not work exactly that many. So we have two divisions and they have, let's see, font size 1 IRM. Yes, gutter X. Okay, so it is calculated like this, I think. Yeah. Okay, so this uses px4 and there's gx5. So what does each one meaning is gx is for horizontal gather and px is padding. You see, you getting used to this notation will take some time. Okay, so P is padding and X is left and right here. So PX means it is setting for both left and right. P set for all kind of all dimension padding. GX is also same. And PX is same. Okay, one moment. Okay. So Px means it will be left and right, and Gx means it will be left and right. Okay, so this is how you set padding between your columns. Let's change this to something like this so it will be more visible. I will make it auto so it will be automatically set according to the inside content size. You see padding is now much more visible like this. Okay, so this is gutters, and then you can set container overflow hidden. So this is also another class. And when it is overflow hidden, let's see what kind of difference it makes. Okay. Okay, custom padding, and let's increase the size of content. Okay, so it is becoming like this, nothing fancy. And what difference this make? I don't see any difference. So why? Then you can have vertical gather like this. And you can use overflow hidden to prevent, you see, row at the end of page overflow. So when you use gutters, you should use probably overflow hidden. Okay, so this is vertical gutter, and you see we can add margin bottom. How do we do that? Okay, like this. And when I add margin bottom, they won't be, you see they are currently conflicting. And when I add margin bottom, you see now it is working. I can set it as 3, which would be 16 pixels, I believe. Yeah. Okay, horizontal vertical gutters, you can use them at the same time like this as well. Yeah, let's try that. So I will add G5. Yeah, so this will be each side gather. Okay, 5, 5. Yeah, it is working at both sides now. And then you can have row column gathers like here, row column 2, row column LG5, G2, GLG3. Yeah. So it will be by default 2, and if the screen is bigger than large, then it will be 3. Okay, so it also supports responsive design as well. You see, these breakpoints are used to achieve responsive design no matter what screen you are using. And when we change size, the gather will get reduced. Okay, like this. It is looking really cool. And no gather, so let's read this as well.
No gutters. The gutters between columns in our predefined grid classes can be removed with .g0. This removes the negative margins from .row and the horizontal padding from all immediate children columns.
Okay, so do we have gather currently? No, we don't have in the previous examples.
Columns. Need an edge-to-edge design? Drop the parent .container or .container fluid. In practice, here's how it looks. Note you can continue to use this with all other predefined grid classes, including column widths, responsive tiers, reorders, and more.
So here, zero gather, and we don't have a parent container. It is just a row and column. So it will be displayed like this. Let me show you. Okay, it will start at the left top. It will take entire space, no padding from right or left, and it is here. Okay. Okay, so let's note this as well. Work. Horizontal gathers, vertical gathers, row column gathers, and no gathers. Okay, so the next thing is utilities.
Utilities for layout. For faster mobile-friendly and responsive development, Bootstrap includes dozens of utility classes for showing, hiding, aligning, and spacing content. On this page,
Okay.
changing display. Use our display utilities for responsively toggling common values of the display property. Mix it with our grid system, content, or components to show or hide them across specific viewports. Flexbox options. Bootstrap is built with Flexbox, but not every element's display has been changed to display. Flex as this would add many unnecessary overrides and unexpectedly change key browser behaviors. Most of our components are built with Flexbox enabled. Should you need to add display, flex to an element, do so with .dflex or one of the responsive variants, example, .dsmflex.
So what is the difference between dflex and dsmflex? It is only that if the screen size is bigger than small or equal, it will become enabled. Otherwise, it won't be in the very small screens, and this will be by default enabled everywhere. So this SM is meaning it is a breakpoint. By now, you should be already understood that.
You'll need this class or display value to allow the use of our extra Flexbox utilities for sizing, alignment, spacing, and more. Margin and padding. Use the margin and padding spacing utilities to control how elements and components are spaced and sized. Bootstrap includes a 6-level scale for spacing utilities, based on a 1 REM value default $spacer variable. Choose values for all viewports, example, .me3 for margin right, 1 REM and LTR, or pick responsive variants to target specific viewports, example, .me-MD3 for margin right, 1 REM and LTR starting at the MD breakpoint.
And then there's the toggle visibility. I think we will see them in utility classes at the bottom. So let's just continue. Okay, and Z index.
Z-index. While not a part of Bootstrap's grid system, Z-indexes play an important part in how our components overlay and interact with one another. Several Bootstrap components utilize Z-index.
Z-index is also the HTML feature. Let me show you what is Z-index, and I will also show you what is display. Okay, it's a pretty simple thing. What does Z-index do is it displays the order of the element. Okay, let's find a good example. Okay, here try. Okay, so you see, since the Z-index of text is bigger than the image is displayed at the back, and the Z-index bigger thing is displayed at the front. So you see, image has Z-index -1, and by default Z-index is 0. Therefore, this text is being written on the image. If I make the Z-index 1 and run it, you see now it is overlaying the text property, and display is same. You can change the display features of elements like HTML display. So display can have you see none, inline block, and inline block. Display none means it won't be visible. Display inline means it will be inline. So you see there is a hello world, and it is not visible here because it is display none. And there is hello world here, it is display inline, so it is displayed like this. Then there is display block. Display block takes entire row. Let me show you like this. Display inline takes only this, and display inline block is like this. So display inline and display inline block may look like same, but not. You see, display inline is taking only 17.6 pixel height. However, when it is display inline block, you see it is taking 80.4 pixel height, and you see there is a difference between up and down lines here, but there is nothing such that here. You will understand them as you use them. And for Z-index, do they have anything special? Oh, it shows their default Z-indexes. So Z-index dropdown is 1000, sticky 1020. Z-index fixed is like this, 1030, model backdrop 1040, and such. Okay, let's continue with reboot.
Reboot. Reboot, a collection of element-specific CSS changes in a single file, kickstart Bootstrap to provide an elegant, consistent, and simple baseline to build upon. On this approach, Reboot builds upon Normalize, providing many HTML elements with somewhat opinionated styles using only element selectors. Additional styling is done only with classes. For example, we reboot some table styles for a simpler baseline and later provide .table, .table bordered, and more. Here are our guidelines and reasons for choosing what to override in reboot. Update some browser default values to use rems instead of EMS for scalable component spacing. Avoid margin top. Vertical margins can collapse, yielding unexpected results. More importantly though, a single direction of margin is a simpler mental model. For easier scaling across device sizes, block elements should use rems for margins. Keep declarations of font-related properties to a minimum, using inherit whenever possible. Page defaults.
Okay, there is a lot of information regarding heading, and each browser may show different may display differently the different codes. So let me show you an example. Okay, let's see the code here. Okay, so there is example, legend, and form. Okay, I'm going to copy and paste to our page here, and then I will have another a static HTML file to see how it looks. Okay, so to have a static HTML file, let's add it to our www root static pages. Oh, we have test HTML already, so let's add it here to the top. Okay, so let's see the difference. Okay, this is how this output is formatted with Bootstrap 5. You see buttons, options, text area, date time picker, whatever. Okay, password. Okay, another date time picker like this. Input buttons, resets, and such. And then let's see how this is looking in our static page when there is no Bootstrap. So it will be test HTML. Okay, so this is the display of browser itself. You see the difference, right? Example legend is displayed like here, and inputs, font, everything is looking different. For example, example number is like this, and example number is like this here. This is range is looking like this. Buttons are different. Example select is like this, and here it is like this. Checkbox is like this, and here it is like this. Option is like this. Text area looking like this. Okay, example color is like here. Buttons are looking like this, and now let's see how it looks in Edge. Okay, in Edge it is looking like this. So here it is blue, here it is gray. Buttons are like this. This is also a modern browser, so there is not much difference. And when we load our Bootstrap version, okay, now when we use Bootstrap version, it is pretty much same. And let's try with Opera as well. If we had some older browser installed, we could do a test, but I don't have right now. Okay, and then this is the Opera. There are still some differences between Opera and Firefox in the range, in the buttons. And let's also see the static test as well. So the test is like this. Okay. So the main thing of this reboot is to have as much as possibly looking same in different browsers the HTML elements. This makes huge difference in mobile version, different mobile browsers, in older version of Internet Explorer and such. So you see there can be also block quote, inline elements, HTML hidden attributes, and about typography. There is also global settings. So let's see how headers are looking. This is also important. So I'm going to add headers here and some new line. And let's also see in our Bootstrap version. Okay, so this is our headers when there is no Bootstrap, and this is our headers when there is Bootstrap. You see how different they are looking, and the positioning, the margin, padding, everything is different. And let's see how much difference these make in Internet Explorer. Okay, when there is static page, they are looking like this. Okay, modern browsers have pretty much same looking, but in the previous times it wasn't like this, believe me, because I remember that. Okay, yeah, you see the difference is somewhat bigger here. Okay, so what is this about being a reboot? They are standardizing the display of different things and different browsers. For example, a block quote. Let's add a block quote. By the modern browsers, as I said, is almost identical. Okay, in the static page, it is looking like this, and in Bootstrap, block quote is like this. So in Edge, it is like this, and here, like this. And what do we have? Okay, you can also have figure, block quote class, and figure caption like this. Probably this wouldn't work in static page, but I don't know. Let's test it out. Maybe in older things. Do I have Explorer installed? Yeah, there is Internet Explorer. So now we can see the difference better. This is an older browser. Okay, this is how it looks in a static page. It is like this, and this is how it looks in. You see the difference, quality difference. It is really obvious. And let's also test in older browser, Explorer, which is a nightmare browser for developers, believe me. It doesn't even support tabs probably. Okay, so this is how it looks in older Explorer. And let's now test our Bootstrap version. This is also not the oldest version though. This is the Explorer. Let's see the version of it. Version 20, yeah. And you see with Bootstrap, they are becoming pretty much same as much as possible. And it is working. Yeah. Why zoom in, zoom out is not resetting? Okay, now it is reset. Okay, let me reset here too. Yeah. Okay, and what else? So you see there is alignment like this: figure, text center, block quote, footer, text and yeah, this is a really good example. These are okay. In the reboot, do we have any examples to make example? So these are the font families that are natively supported, I think. Okay, for example, there is code. Okay, let's see inline code first. Okay, let's see how it looks. Okay, you see it is formatted like this. It looks pretty cool. Yeah. And in here, we don't even see it because we didn't edit. Yeah, it is formatted like this. Okay, you see these are encoded tags, this character, so they won't be processed as a special character. And okay, so what is reboot and why do we need reboot? So this is headings, this is lists, it's like this. We can also have bold. How do we set bold? Let's see the page source code. Okay, so this is the list. Let's add it to our page. Okay, list is here like this, and let's see the bold example. Okay, why do I have copy paste this? Okay, so this is a bold example. Okay, so for bolding the text, I think it is default bold, DT. DT are bolded and DD are reset. They are reading as like this. So these are name value groups. And here we have list. This is or unordered list, unordered list example. Like here, we can also put them inside a container like v plus container. Okay. The web design is something that has no limits. It is totally up to you how you design your web page looks. Then we have code blocks, inline code. Okay, inline code, lists. Okay, adding and paragraphs of code blocks. So for code blocks, we use code like this. There is also pre, and pre element is reset to remove its margin top. Yeah. So you can use pre. Let's see the difference of pre. So this is some pre and non-pre. And let's see how it looks. Okay. When we remove pre, okay, when we use pre, you see they are displayed at the, oh, without pre, they are displayed at the same line. And when we have pre, like here, they are displayed as another line. Yeah. So pre is parses this over p, I think. No, not related to p. So how new line is parsed with pre? I think each code is being parsed. No, it is not that. So what does pre do?
Code blocks. Use pre-s for multiple lines of code. Once again, be sure to escape any angle brackets in the code for proper rendering. The pre element is reset to remove its margin top and use rem units for its margin bottom.
Then there's variables. Variables are parsed like this. Okay. You see they are displayed like this beautifully. And then there is user input which uses keybd. Interesting. Let's see that example as well. Okay, to switch directories type cd. Cd is put inside keybd tag. Okay, and what happens when we put this into the index HTML, static index page? I mean the test page here. You see it is being displayed like this. When there is no bootstrap, pre is working, but it is working like this. Then there is sample output. Okay. So let's also put sample output here. Okay, these are all HTML tags. Okay. Then there's tables. Tables are what we know. However, tables are pretty much differently parsed in different browsers. So let's open source code to test it. Okay, here. I will also put this into, okay, static page as well. Okay, so this is how table is displayed. And at the static page, you see it is displayed like this. By the way, we have borders and okay, let's see if there's a difference. Pretty much same. Okay, forms are like this. Pointers on buttons. So if you set a roll button, I think it makes a difference. Okay. Okay, none button, element button. It is being displayed like this. Oh, I see. So it is having, you see this when we hover this clicking icon, it is cursor actually. So when we set another role, like what roles do we have? Let's remove the role. Okay, so the first one is regular text and the second one is behaving like a button. And then there is MISC, which has address. Okay, variables, user input. Sample output, tables, forms. Okay, pointers on buttons. Okay. And we have MISC elements, which are address. So let's see the source code of address, which is here. So we have code, p tag, and we have address tag here. We have strong. This is the regular HTML. This is the abbreviation. Okay, I think this is the HTML element as well. Yeah. So the strong is regular strong, nothing fancy. And when we refresh, okay, we can see. So this, it says this is the abbreviation of phone. So when we hover our mouse, it shows the abbreviation title here. Okay, and block code. And there is inline element, so abbreviation, yeah. I think we have seen inline, oh, haven't. And there is summary. So the summary is working like this. Let's see that. Let's test it. Okay, you see somebody has auto collapsing option, which is cool. And we can also set whether it is auto collapsed or not. How? On the summary, you see P more info, and you see details and details open. If details is open, it is by default open here. If it is not, it is hidden. So user can see it when click on it or not. I wonder if this would work. Okay, and okay, we have seen that as well. And then there is hidden attribute. HTML5 adds a new global attribute hidden.
HTML5 adds a new global attribute named hidden, which is styled as display, none by default. Borrowing an idea from pure CSS, we improve upon this default by making hidden display none important to help prevent its display from getting accidentally overridden.
Okay, so it is like this. And yeah. By the way, there's something really important that you need to know.
jQuery incompatibility. Hidden is not compatible with jQuery's $.hide and $.show methods. Therefore, we don't currently especially endorse hidden over other techniques for managing the display of elements.
Okay, so display, instead of display hidden, you should use this visibility class.
To merely toggle the visibility of an element, meaning its display is not modified and the element can still affect the flow of the document, use the .invisible class instead.
Okay, you should use invisible class for jQuery to work. I will explain you this with an example in a moment. Okay, so let's say we have input type hidden, or instead of that, let's add a div class equal to hidden, or display none, the none, and let's add id equal to test1 and test1. Let's also have, by the way, this doesn't affect the flow. Visibility hidden, I think. Visually hidden, yeah. And this will be test2. So let's add like this, and let's see the flow. Okay, summary, and summary, they are all hidden right now. And what is the difference between them is, you see display none has display none important. Visually hidden has, let's see where it is. Okay, it is where? How does it is hidden? Yeah, you see it uses position absolute and it has margin -1. Therefore, it is not inside this page. It is at the margin -1 of page, so it is not visible on the screen. Okay, let's also have show height example to see. So we have height and show. Currently, this element is, you see, this has no display block, and when we hide it, it becomes display none. When we show it, it works. So it removes this hide and show. It is working, yeah. What is incompatible? If we make this, oh, I think it won't work if you make this display hidden, not none. Okay, no, there is no display hidden. Hmm. Okay, I think it works with display, but not working with visibility. Okay, visually hidden style. There is visibility and okay, so there is visibility hidden. I will show you. And let's have another test as test 3. Instead of visually hidden, I will use okay plus visibility. Okay, there is invisible. Yeah. So let's test it. Okay, so you see, invisible is taking a space here. So this is the difference. It is affecting the flow of the your document. This is what is the difference between invisible, visibility hidden, and display none. Hidden. Okay, difference. And let's also make example of jQuery. Okay, so I'm going to have a visibility hidden thing here. Hidden, and yeah, let's run it. So hide, show. You see, hide and show is not working when visibility is set hidden. Okay, so the show and hide is not compatible with visibility hidden. It is only compatible with display none. Okay. Show and hide. Display none and visibility hidden. Okay. And what else we have? Okay, typography. Okay. Okay.
Typography. Documentation and examples for Bootstrap typography, including global settings, headings, body text, lists, and more.
Okay, there are some global settings. You see H1, H2, H3 header tags, customized headings. For example, let's see. Okay. Let's refresh. Okay, you see some with faded secondary text. It looks cool. There are display like this. So what is the difference between display headings? You see, display headings is different than regular headings like this. So you can also use display headings. Okay, let's check it out. You see, they are even bigger and leaner. Then there's also lead, a class, a custom class like this. Okay. And there is inline text elements. We can test them like this. Okay, highlighting. You see, treated as deleted text. This is no longer accurate. They look exactly the same. There is del and s. What is the difference? I think they look exactly the same. Then there is addition to document and render underline it. Okay, so these are just regular HTML tags, actually modern HTML tags, but maybe some styling with Bootstrap. Okay, you see these tags should be used for semantic purposes. So these are related to semantic web. When an engine, search engine crawls your website, they can give some extra meaning to your text with using this. Okay, then there is text utilities, there is abbreviation like this, block quote, naming a source. Okay, we have seen all of these actually. Then there's lists or regular lists. There's inline item. Oh, there is description list alignment. This is something important. Okay, so DL and DT are name value pairs. So you see DL elements represents an association list consisting of 0 or more name value groups. Okay, sorry about interruption. So let's copy and paste this into our page. Okay, so DL and DT, we were reading what does that means. DL element represents an association list consisting of 0 or more name value groups. A description list, a name value group consists of one or more names. DT elements followed by one or more values, DD elements. And okay, so we have DL as a row, then we have DT as a class, as a column here, description list, and DD as another class, a description list perfect for defining terms. When we refresh the page, okay, we can see them. Okay, so you see description list, a description list perfect for defining terms, a term definition for the term, and some more placeholder definition text. So there is another DD, and this DD have two paragraphs, and then we have DD, and inside the DD we have another DL, which is to define more nested definition list, and they are being positioned like this, and I can cover them inside div class equal to okay, class equal to container. It will have some positioning and formatting by default. Okay, like this. All right, so responsive font sizes. In Bootstrap 5, we have enabled responsive font sizes by default, allowing text to scale more naturally. Wow, this is nice. How do we set that? Okay, so using the functions, we need to have. Okay, so there is title, media. So we can have fluid value, font size selector. Interesting. Okay. Let's test this. I'm going to add this into my layout CSHTML in here. Okay, I think this media will be included style. So let's define a style. We have media double add, and there is max width like this. Let's set it 1000 pixel, and it has padding calculate function. I wonder if this will work or not. Let's see. I don't see any difference. Maybe we should look for a better example. Okay, Bootstrap 5, responsive font size, example. And let's see how can we do that. This is what we know already. Yeah, as you can see, the font size changes. So how do we do that? Oh, device initial scale W, VW. Oh, VW is viewport width. That is not what we want actually. We need example of. Okay, there is if screen size, font size. No, this is also not what we want. We want bootstrap responsive size. Okay. Here. Font size calculate. So it uses this function. I'm going to add it here. So it uses media, screen, minimum width. Okay. Okay, so it uses a calculate function. And it uses some dynamic, yeah, viewport. I see. Okay, let's see if it makes any changes to our. Yeah, it did. It made the font size even bigger, and as we reduce the viewport size, it will get smaller like this. Yeah. So it is up to you how you want to set it. I would say this is too big, but it is working. So this is how you set responsive font size with calculate method. Okay. Okay, I'm not going to implement this for now. So let's make this as a command. Okay. Typography in Bootstrap side. Headings. Display headings. Lead. Inline text elements. Okay, text utilities. We are going to see text utilities more in utilities part, so I will just pass it. Abbreviations. Okay, block quotas. Naming a source. Alignments. You see text center. These are all class, so it is centering the text. Okay. Yeah, alignments and lists. Okay, description, list alignments, and responsive font sizes in Bootstrap 5. Okay, so I think Reboot also have some font sizing. Maybe we can modify this to be a little bit smaller. How can we make it smaller? Yeah, let's make it 22. And let's see how it looks. Okay. So what is the pixel size of this? Let's check it out. It is using calculate method, as you can see here. So let's see the computed. And font size is 21 pixel. If you want to make it smaller, let's make this 23 and see. Yeah. Now the computed font size is 18, and as the list gets, as the screen size gets smaller, what is the computed now? It is 16. So the minimum computed size is 16, and it gets bigger as the display screen size gets bigger. Yeah, not bad right now. Okay, we can move to the images, which is really important. Okay.
Images. Documentation and examples for opting images into responsive behavior, so they never become larger than their parent elements, and add lightweight styles to them all via classes. On this page,
Okay.
responsive images. Images in Bootstrap are made responsive with .img fluid. This applies max width, 100%, and height, auto, to the image so that it scales with the parent element.
So it makes it to scale with the parent, and what does that mean? Let me show you. Okay, so let's find a good big image from our university. Okay, for example, let's pick this image. I am assuming that it's not big. Maybe let's look for something. Okay, size large. Okay, let's so how do we get original size of image? From here. It was possible to get original size previously, but now it is not working. I think I can get it from here. Okay, let's check the next. Yeah, open image in new. Okay, so this is a really big image. As you can see, it is huge actually. You see over 7,000 pixels. So I'm going to put that inside a row and column. So let's write it. Class container, and let's have a row, and let's have div class column, and let's make it 3. So it will only use 25% of the screen, and this will be src. Okay, so let's see how it looks. Okay, it is taking my entire screen. It has broken my entire responsiveness. As you can see, it is fully overflowing. So let's add class fluid image fluid and see what happens. Okay, now you see it is fit into my column size. By the way, this also makes the image bigger, so you need to be careful with that. Such as, let me show. Let's find an icon, a small icon actually. Okay, size icon. And from here, okay, flat icons. I think I will get a smaller size. Not this website. Okay. Okay, from free. Okay, let's use this one. Let's get 64-bit pixel. Or maybe if you use SVG, it would get automatically sized. Okay, let's get here, and I wonder if there's 64 pixel. Yeah, here. Okay, so this is 64 pixel size, and let's add another div column called OK3. Okay, image source like this. Okay, so I think it will get bigger to fit. Oh, by default it is not getting bigger, it is like this. And when we add fluid class like here, what happens? Okay, it is still fine. And what happens if I increase these ones column size like this? It will still fit into that place. Okay, so it is working great. However, this will still load the entire image, so you have to be careful with that. It will take a lot of time on devices that are network restricted. When let's say that you are using mobile internet, and then there is thumbnails. So let's make this as image thumbnail and see what happens. I will add another column, and I will make this image thumbnail like this. You see Visual Studio is automatically telling me the thumbnail. Okay, so it is looking like this when you set it as thumbnail. However, I would expect it to be clickable to full size, but it is not clickable to full size. And then we can use aligning of images like rounded float end or such options. There is picture element. Okay, if you use picture, you can have multiple sources like this. It can be src set source or here. So if this src set is not working, I think it will use this one. Let's test it out and see whether it is working or not. So I will add another division. So, and let's add another column here. And inside here, I will add picture instead of image. Okay. So let's save this image, or let's find another one. Something not this big, perhaps. It is also slowing my page because it is in terms of size huge. Okay, let's use this image for example. So I will save this into our www.root static. Here, images. Okay. And we have also the URL. So let's set it like that. So this will be the class and this will be the src set. Okay, let's complete it from here. Okay, like this. Okay, so this is the root. Yeah. By the way, ASP.NET Engine is resolving this. So it would work only in index.cs HTML. If you put this inside static page, it may not work. So let's test that as well. Okay. So let's check the network and see which one is loaded. When I refresh, okay, this is the document and okay, single image is loaded from, you see, our local host. So it didn't go to this path. This is not loaded because this is loaded perfectly fine. And if it fails, I think it will load the external URL. Let's test that. So this has failed, and therefore, let's see. Okay, this has, you see, status code 3 or 04. So it is loaded from. Okay, by the way, let's do a clear. Okay, okay. Oh, this was test HTML, that is why. Let's make this broken. Okay, and let's refresh. Okay, you see now 404, therefore it should load from the, oh, it didn't load, interesting. So why, if it is not working, what is the point of using src? Picture source. Okay, source is not working. Okay, picture 5 element does not seem to provide Chrome. I see. It is used for rendering. So what is the point of that? It is not being supported at all. It says so picture source media min width. You see, you are able to define different images for based on the different media sizes. So what is the difference between these two? Okay, based on our media weight, it should, yeah, it will be different. So this is not a backup URL. I think what we can tell that it is to define based on, so this will be default URL, and if this is not accepted with media queries like this, it will be used. Okay, so this is not what we have taught. This is not a backup. Okay. So if the screen size is very big, we can, for example, let's say we can show this. And if it is not, we can show the other one. So let's add a media there. So this will be small one. So max width will be like this. Okay. And let me show you. Okay, so when I reduce the media's screen size, you see images are changing. Okay. So let's note that as well. Right. Responsive images, image thumbnails, aligning images like this, rounded float, start, float, end, rounded MX auto, D block. MX means margin, right and left, and D block is display block, so it takes entire row. Okay, rounded like this, and picture. Okay, then we can move to tables. Okay, table is pretty big, so all right, so tables.
Tables. Documentation and examples for opt-in styling of tables, given their prevalent use in JavaScript plugins with Bootstrap. On this page.
Okay, overview.
Overview. Due to the widespread use of table elements across third-party widgets like calendars and date pickers, Bootstrap's tables are opt-in. Add the base class.table to any table, then extend with our optional modifier classes or custom styles. All table styles are not inherited in Bootstrap, meaning any nested tables can be styled independent from the parent. Using the most basic table markup, here's how .table-based tables look in Bootstrap.
Okay, so this is a regular table with a table class from Bootstrap. Let's see how it looks. Okay, here. And let's also have another table which is not using table class here. And let's get these ads deleted because this is a special character of Razor pages. So the first one will be Bootstrap table and the second one will be a regular table. Let's refresh the page. So you see this is the Bootstrap table, how well it is looking, and this is just a regular table, and Bootstrap table is looking very good in every dimension, as you can see, and this is the regular table. Okay, and let's continue. Okay, there are some variants such as table primary, table secondary. These are the table classes. For example, let's make this table primary class and let's see how it looks. Okay, oh, table primary. Interesting. It is saying that this class does not exist. This is documentation 5. Why it is not working? Okay, on table level it didn't work. Let's try on, for example, cell level. For example, this one. Class equal to table. Okay, primary. Let's see. Okay, it is now working. So you can color them like this. Okay, why it is important to use such colors?
Conveying meaning to assistive technologies. Using color to add meaning only provides a visual indication, which will not be conveyed to users of assistive technologies, such as screen readers. Ensure that information denoted by the color is either obvious from the content itself, e.g., the visible text, or is included through alternative means, such as additional text hidden with the .visually hidden class.
Okay, and then there's accented tables.
Accented tables. Striped rows. Use .table stripe to add zebra striping to any table row within the body.
So what does this do? Table striped. Okay, let's try this. Oh, striped means that the rows colors are changing with every row, like this. Let me show you. Okay, so you see first one is gray, second one is white, third one is gray, other one is white. Then you can also add variants such as table dark. Okay, let's add that variant as well. Now this is a nice looking dark table. And you can also have table success. Hoverable rows, this is also a really good addition, so let's add that as well. I think it can be mixed. Okay. Yeah, now you see we are able to hover over rows. Yeah, okay, it's working. Then there's active. Highlight a table, row, or cell by adding a active class. So let's add an active class to a TD here. Okay, here you see active one has slightly different color. And okay, how does it work? Okay, it explains the background. Then there is borders, so we can add table bordered to our classes like this. And yeah, borders are now added. And then we can change border colors such as border primary. However, since we are using darker delimit table, oh, it looks cool, nice. And table without borders, then borderless small tables. So if you add table small, it will make it more compact by cutting all cell padding in half. You see? Okay, let's add that to table small. There is also table responsive small. Yeah. Let's make it table responsive, small. Okay, it is looking pretty good. And then there is vertical alignment. Okay, table sets of t-head are always vertically aligned bottom, and the other ones are vertically aligned middle, I think. So you can also change align bottom, align top. For example, you say this is aligned middle, I will make it aligned top. So let's, for example, 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm going to make this as class align top. Yeah. Okay, 5. By the way, I will add this to here. And let's see. Okay. Oh, it is not working. Why? Hmm. Maybe because its height is not enough. I'm not sure. Because it has the same padding from bottom top. Let's add this to the row and see if any difference. Okay, no difference. So since we have no extra space, it is like that, but I think we can have H100. I think this will be H100%. Okay, it didn't make any difference. So let's give this an ID TT1, and from TT1 plus okay, TR. Okay, I will make min height 100 pixel. Maybe now we can see. This is a class, I mean ID, therefore I have to use it like this. There's T head and T body. Yeah, I know the reason. So for this to work, okay, CSS any child selector, any level, or perhaps. Okay, so yeah, I have to use this, I think, because otherwise it is being direct descendants of the. Okay, still not working. Okay, CSS child versus descendant. Okay, we did it correct, so why it is not working? let's make this as a class like this, and I will set height of row as 100 pixel. Yeah, now it's working. So the ID didn't work, but now it is working, and they are aligned to the top currently. So to make them aligned middle, I think we need to use, let's see, for example, let's try 5 class align center. Yeah, not working. Why? So table align middle. Let's use this. Okay, when I use align middle, you see now they're aligned middle, and this is only aligned as top. Yeah, working. And the T head is aligned as bottom. So using align middle is better. And then you can have nesting. Okay, like this. So in the nesting, we have tbody trtd, then we have table mb0. mb means let's see, bootstrap mb margin, and b means margin bottom. Yeah, okay, so margin bottom is 0. So inside of it there is no margin. Okay, then how nesting works: anatomy, table head. You can also change the T head class. So for example here, let's change it to light. Even though we use dark theme, you see my head can be light like this. What other options there are? Okay, danger, dark, hover, light, primary, warning. For example, let's make it warning, the head, and it is like this. Yeah, and then there is table food. So for food we can use T food, and you can use captions. So with caption, I think it is being okay, it is being added to the bottom of the table, such as list of users, and it will appear at the bottom of the table like here. You see it is a caption, and we can also make the caption as a top. This, so if we put caption top, the caption will appear at the top of the table like here. And there is responsive tables. Okay, responsive tables allows tables to be scrolled horizontal with ease. Make any table responsive across all viewports by wrapping table with table responsive. Okay, let's just make it responsive. Okay, and let's make some table cells taking bigger space like this. Okay, you see it is already being responsive right now. So So how can we fix that? I will make it responsive only if it is smaller than large. Yeah. So it won't become responsive until the screen size is smaller than large, but it is still being responsive. Interesting. Maybe, I see. Let's make it SM. So since this is bigger than SM, it will work as a responsive, but when it becomes smaller than SM, the responsiveness is gone. No, I still see it. Oh, we already have table responsive here. So adding it again doesn't mean anything. And yeah, it is working. However, why do we have this vertical? Let's add overflow hidden. Okay, what is the difference of examples here? Okay, so this is the table being responsive, here being responsive. Here it is also responsive. So to make this one as responsive as well, I think we need to increase size, and the table is still not responsive. So let's increase again. And when we make it smaller, yeah, table is not being responsive right now because I just set it as small. Let's set it as large. Okay, this is so weird. Let's see the page source. Okay, responsive large. So if the screen gets lower than large, it becomes responsive, I believe. Okay, 40H, and I will make it 12th, and then I will have 12. Okay, TD here. And let's see behavior. Yeah, the table is not being responsive at all. Okay. Maybe because we did set a height like this, when I remove it, okay, doesn't make any difference. I see. So the parent div have to be responsive, not the table itself. So what we need to have a parent div class equal to large responsive. So if the screen size gets lower than large, it will become responsive. Okay, so that was our mistake. Okay, you see now table is responsive, yeah. And it becomes responsive only when the size is lower than, okay, large, yeah, you see. Okay, and then there's standalone column. Okay, this is not the thing. Okay, we are here. Let's close this. So inspect. Okay, so this is all of it. Okay, tables in Bootstrap 5, variants of tables, accented tables, striped rows, hoverable rows, active tables, okay, table borders, okay, border tables, small tables, vertical alignment, and nesting. Okay, table head, foot, table foot, captions, responsive tables, breakpoint specific. Okay, and now figures. So the figures are almost same as images, but they have figure caption like this. You can set the position align of the figure caption, like figure caption text and here, and that's it. Nothing fancy. So let's set the figure like here, the image link here. Okay, and you see we are setting figure image fluid. Okay, so the caption is here. Okay. Okay, then forms. Okay, you see there are a lot of improvement with forms. Okay. And there's components. Yeah, a lot of components, helpers. and utilities. All right. Okay, the lecture is getting very long. I don't know, maybe I should end it here, and next week another video. Yeah, I will end it here, and next week we will start a new video. Where we left is forms. Here, okay, I will upload source code. Okay. Okay, source code also updated. Hopefully see you next week. End of lecture 15. I may record lecture 16 sooner. I'm not sure. If you have any questions, please ask them through Discord. Okay, end of lecture 15.